many visitors they make this for Krishna. They want to talk for the time. Okay, it's not someone made this video with a well.
Did you ask him if there'd be something? Did you ask him if there's the day on the put egg and stuff?
Yeah, no, they're Indian. I said it's like with ghee and with something. It's just halal.
He was hungry. Many people made him all.
No, no, no. Okay, half the rounds. facade.
Right? That's for sure.
You're playing?
I need to clean up. Did you fix your room? What do you have?
It's more long, but I stuck them on.
You? Sweeping up and moving those chairs and downstairs. Take it to me.
Me too. What time are you going to sleep or just?
I listen a lot, but I look at these budget and everything else.
Which one is it?
Squadron.
At 6?
Yeah.
What time is it now? I can tell that. Okay. Do you want to take this? Just put it on thing. No, this one. Yeah, after we do that. Oh, you want that? Yeah, where is it? No, it's not. What's that? It's on the wall. No, no.
Je wil iets jassen zetten? Ja, dat doe ik. Wat doe ik?
Isn't Red just the most beautiful?
You will eat. You will eat some things. I will eat it. Sorry.
So isn't Red just the most beautiful?
Thank you. Als je
Prabhupada said that Radhadesh should look more beautiful than Krishna. They got it. They definitely understood the mission. Did they tell you that Prabhupada installed our Jagannath?
Ja, die was in Amsterdam.
Our deities were the first deities outside India, the Gopis. They were also the first deities installed with the very new archipelago. It was still just pieces of paper, it wasn't even printed yet.
Which year was this?
1976. Prabhupada named it the beginning of the year. And because you know the Gopis had been installed, so the deities had been recovered because Prabhupada actually not given permission to buy them. So they didn't recover it for a long time. And then, so they secretly started selling for that equipment, but not for the Gopis, because they didn't know what was going to happen with installing the Gopis. And then when Prabhupada made them, not that long before the installation, then they realized now they could install them because when you have that equipment, you can have Gopis, but at their close school. So they made two generic tops and a bunch of generic skirts. So they had no matching outfits with that equipment. Christian United, the history of Amsterdam, it's all these little things they write in my mind. Ik ga het even pakken daar. Ik wil graag hier over, want ik krijg er niet heen van. Thank you so much. You know, when you say 5:30, most of the people come in 6.
Well, you know, it works. It's common sense.
It's Radhadesh TV come here.
Would be. It's in the cupboard. I discovered.
I'm not sure.
Cupboard here and in there should be the microphone.
Well, yeah, this okay, but this one didn't work in the
The
morning.
secret drawer.
Yeah, but I didn't know that there was consequences.
The bottom one. You first have to push the bottom one.
Yeah, but it's the battery.
No, it's flat. It was flat in the morning, and
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
quite
and then
normal.
nothing.
I don't think anybody has done bundles. But how do you get this one?
Ah, that's here. Here, and it should be
Volume.
I think that's
You are a magician.
Moet je handschoenen hebben met 2 vingertjes. De rest gewoon niet, alleen met deze 2 vingertjes.
En gaan we
Oh,
niet
ja.
eroverheen, maar.
Ja.
I talked to Indonesian Hannah. She's Hannah, and she, by academics, she is a medical practitioner, but she works in a restaurant. And her husband is Bibu, and he looks after all the vegetables that are shown to be grown. So he's the in charge of all the department flowers. And, yeah, she's amazing, very sweet, like all of the devotees.
She also takes care of the volunteers when they come to the garden.
Yeah.
We have a lot of volunteers that come to the garden, and then she's their mommy. She's mommy.
Maybe.
And Thibaut is the first permaculture in ISKCON.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because now they've adopted it. The whole, what is agricultural thing, they've adopted the word permaculture. But Thibaut is the first permaculture in ISKCON. It's a term that was brought up by Ramakana Swami. So the mix of permaculture and prema, so we call it permaculture. And it's kind of permaculture, but in the service of Krishna and with the right devotional attitude. So now that is called, we now do permaculture. Permaculture.
You're very welcome to visit us though.
Yes, I showed a little bit from outside.
Yeah, you have to come one time in summer.
Yes.
Yeah, then it's a totally different world. That's what everyone is smiling.
Yes.
But I'm quite happy with this weather because in Singapore it's always hot.
Yes.
So it's very pleasant in
Well, then you come in autumn.
autumn.
Then we still have a nice garden, and it's not that hot.
And everything is gold on all the trees.
Yeah. Oh yes, it's reddish gold everything.
So I should try these.
Yes. If you come again, and I hope you do, let Bishop know, and then beforehand, and then we can sort out a seminar. Because normally the visiting devotees, we let them give a seminar, but because it was Nityananda Triyodashi, there wasn't enough lecture time for a seminar. But normally we let people give a seminar, like 2 or 3 morning classes, and if there was 2 or 3 evening classes.
We can play.
We would love to have you.
Thank you.
I listened to the lecture this morning. Sorry, I'm not feeling well, so I was listening to it from in my room. It's a wonderful lecture. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, shall we start?
Yes, yeah. I said people will slowly.
Sure.
Also, there's the Bhakti Shastri going on until 6.
Oh,
The Bhakti Bhagavata. So they're in the other room till 6.
okay.
So hopefully then, like people like Nikunja Vasini, they will drop in after that.
So should we pause for a few minutes?
I think they'll trickle in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just evening lectures, they learn to just start with whatever they have and then slowly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
You didn't have to?
yeah, we can do a bit of keeping.
So when this thing comes, you can sit with your folded like upset.
Okay, then maybe.
Huh? Yeah. Sorry.
I'm nothing very What is fine? I think.
Liquid and roll call.
I should do.
Yeah, what is it?
Forget eigenlijk.
Thank you.
Did you see my mail? I sent you a mail that tomorrow between 8:30 and 8:45, this lady comes to stock up the first aid kits. So I have to get in the kitchen with her tomorrow morning at the time. And I know you're closed on Tuesday. So can you make sure that it's
I don't have the box for stocking your bank.
you have that box against the wall? You don't use it anymore, the box.
Hare Krishna. So maybe we can do 5-10 minutes Kirtan, and then we can start. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Nitai Gora Hari Bol Nitai Gora Hari Bol Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jai Shri Prabhupada ki. Sorry, bro. Thank you. So Hare Krishna Prabhus, Hare Krishna Matajis. Welcome to this evening's hearing, predominantly from Srimad Bhagavatam. Om Ajnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshur Unmilitam Yena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. So today we wanted to look at a particular topic from Srimad Bhagavatam, which is which describes the life of Manu. This is from the third canto, and this is the 22nd chapter. This is when Manu has gotten his daughter married off to Kardama Muni, and he is now on his way back to continue living his life, of course, without his daughter now. And in these few verses in Srimad Bhagavatam, you will find that Prabhupada has given many practical tips, points in his transcendental purports on how to live a practical life in Krishna consciousness. Many a times, there is a misconception of how Prabhupada has described a devotee's life. Sometimes we tend to take extremes, that Prabhupada had said that, we need to give up everything. Then there are others who say that we don't need to give up everything. But if we study Prabhupada's books, Prabhupada has given the fine line to balance living in this material world while striving to become pure devotees of Krishna. So that's what we will look at today, and we'll try to keep it a little interactive. So maybe I'll speak for 20-30 minutes on Srimad Bhagavatam, and especially Prabhupada's purports on what he has written, and then maybe we can open it up for comments, questions, and then we can have it a little dynamic. So this verse, this series of verse starts 22nd chapter, 3rd canto, and this is the 32nd verse. And here it is mentioned, Barhishmatim Nama Vibhur Yam Nirvishya Samavasad Tasyam Pravishta Bhavanam Tapatraya Vinashanam. So once he's gotten his daughter married off, Manu is now entering into his home, known as Barhishmatim. And as he enters, the verse says, Tapatraya Vinashanam. The moment he enters his home, the threefold miseries that affects everyone does not affect him in his home. This is a very interesting point. It should not be surprising, but in Kali Yuga, it is a very interesting point. Because many a times, the source of our distress is not the external atmosphere or the environment. It is actually our own home. Because we have four walls, and there are so many things that happen within the four walls that actually causes us a lot of anxiety. And that is why many a times we want to leave those four walls to seek comfort elsewhere. But over here, Manu has so expertly organized his home that the moment he entered his home, the threefold miseries are completely eradicated. And in the translation, it is mentioned, having entered the city of Barhishmati, in which he had previously lived, Manu entered his palace, which was filled with an atmosphere that eradicated the three miseries of material existence. The key here is the word atmosphere. Because in our home, we have many things. We have the sofa, we have the tables, we have the refrigerator. Some homes, they have the television. They have so many things. But the key thing in a home is actually the atmosphere. Atmosphere is something not concrete. It is very subtle. And Prabhupada is writing in this purport, he says, the material world or material existential life is filled with threefold miseries. And then Prabhupada is saying, human society is meant to create a spiritual atmosphere by spreading the spirit of Krishna consciousness. This is very important. Prabhupada never uses any word carelessly. He could have just said, by spreading Krishna consciousness. But he says, spread the spirit of Krishna consciousness. This is very important because sometimes when we say spread Krishna consciousness in a home, we would just say that everyone chant 16 rounds, everyone study Prabhupada's books, we do Gora Arti at this time, and everything happens clockwork. And we feel that if we do this within our home, peace will actually prevail. But you will find that you cannot have a certain process in human life to actually fix things. Because human life is very dynamic. It is not a machine that if you put a process, everything works according to clockwork. Sometimes when we wake up, on the wrong side of the bed. We have a bad mood. The next day when we wake up, we are so jubilant. So our mood always goes for a spin. So which is why Prabhupada is writing here, it is best not simply to just put in some set of process, but to spread the spirit of Krishna consciousness. And the spirit of Krishna consciousness is actually service. That is the essence and that is the spirit. Anything that you take in Krishna consciousness, whether it's chanting, whether it's doing the arati, whether it's doing anything, it is always done in the spirit of service. There was once a person accused Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati, maybe not an accusation, but he was asked, why doesn't he encourage marriage? Right? Because he has always been a brahmachari and he went straight into sannyas ashram. And he says that I have nothing against marriage. I have nothing against people having children and living in a peaceful home. But he said that I have not come across two persons, man and wife, who come together to serve each other. I only see people coming together to exploit each other. If I see people who are coming in to serve each other, then I myself would conduct that wedding. Right? So it's a very powerful statement. So that is why Prabhupada is saying here that the spirit of Krishna consciousness has to be spread. And he says the miseries of material existence cannot affect the status of Krishna consciousness. This is key. It is not that the miseries of the material world completely vanish when one takes to Krishna consciousness, but one who is in Krishna consciousness, the miseries of material existence have no effect. We cannot stop the miseries of the material atmosphere, but Krishna consciousness is the antiseptic method. You know, antiseptic cream that we apply? Prabhupada says that the process is an antiseptic method to protect us against the miseries in our home. Now, we may ask, what is this special atmosphere that he created that eradicated the threefold miseries? What are the threefold miseries? The first thing is natural disasters, which also include disease. In a home, the first thing that should be protected is the health of those persons who are living in that home. It is very important. It is as important as protecting the spiritual consciousness in a home. The parents have to protect the health of the child, the husband has to protect the health of the wife, and the wife has to protect the health of the husband. This is of paramount importance because in a home where health is not kept well, you will find that eventually the mind also starts to digress and the mind goes for a spin. And when that happens, you will find that within the four corners of a home, it actually becomes a very miserable place to be in. Of course, we cannot control, right, the onslaught of diseases, but there must be concrete plans in a home to look after the health of each other. Nutrition, right? What do we eat? It is not simply someone says that just cook prasadam, right? And everything will be fine. But sometimes we can cook anything and offer to Krishna. So there must be a system in the home, right? An organic system where everyone agrees that we eat healthy, we stay healthy, right? And those in the house can agree to it because health is very important. And the next thing is the onslaught of the other living entities. This perhaps is very important. People who live within the four corners of a wall must be able to protect each other from the onslaughts, the intrigue, the politics, right, that actually extends itself into our home. It is very important that the elders in the home or the leaders in the house have a system in place where they do not let the influence of the external world to affect the consciousness and relationships that are in a home. It is very, very important, especially between husband and wife. If there is an external influence that is disturbing the harmony between a husband and wife, that must be taken care of immediately. This is miseries caused by others, and it is very, very normal these days that there's always an external interference. And the third is that which is caused by our own mind. How do we treat this? In the next verse, the solution is given. When I was reading this chapter, I was waiting for Prabhupada to give that silver bullet that is going to set up this atmosphere. And in my mind, I was thinking of chanting, I was thinking of serious study, and I was thinking of arati, I was thinking of fire sacrifices. And the first thing that comes up in the next verse, Sabharya Sapraja Kaman, Bubuje Anya Virodataha. Sabharya Sapraja Kaman means Emperor Swayambhuva Manu. See, the atmosphere is created like this. We talked about the atmosphere, right? This is how it's created. Emperor Swayambhuva Manu enjoyed life with his wife and subjects. This is the first thing of how that atmosphere is created. Devotees should not shun away from being happy within the four corners of the wall. Marriage is instituted so that the husband and wife can actually be happy. But sometimes in spiritual marriage, the first thing we talk about is detachment. But factually speaking, Prabhupada writes, and this is in 13th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, this is verses 8 to 12. Prabhupada is writing, as for detachment from children, wife and home, it is not meant that one should have no feeling for this. These are the words of Prabhupada. This is not a realization. These exact words quoted from Prabhupada. He says why? They are natural objects of affection. Very nice, Prabhu. Right? They are natural. It's very organic. It's very natural. It is not something that is imposed on us artificially. And anything that is natural has Krishna's presence in it. So this relationship that we share with our family members, we cannot see it as separate from Krishna consciousness. A devotee is devotee all the time. It's not that in office he's something, at home he's something, in the temple he's something, or she's something. It's always only one person. A devotee has no split personality disorder. So this point of natural object of affection should be noted, because Prabhupada is detecting this, that there must be affection. Those who are in a home, they must have affection. You know what is a very sad state of affairs? Is when we have affection for everyone outside our home, but we don't have affection for those in our home. If we cannot love the person who's seated right next to us, how is it that we expect to love the person who's on the altar, whom we don't see all the time? And sometimes we may not even have realization of Krishna's transcendence. Family is actually selected by Krishna, especially our parents. How many of us selected our parents before coming? Before we entered, we ticked, this is the survey, this is the quality that I need of my parents. They just come. We are put into a certain situation. We can call it karma, but we must understand that Krishna is supreme to any process, even karma. Krishna is the remote controller of anything that exists spiritually and materially. Spiritually direct, materially indirect. But still Krishna is the superintendent. And we must understand wherever we are put, it is by Krishna's mercy. And we have to make things work for the pleasure of Krishna. So family life of being in a home is not different from Krishna consciousness. So Prabhupada says 4 things that need to be done. One is to chant the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Second, he says, have remnants of foodstuffs offered to Krishna. Third, have some discussion on books like Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam. You'll note one thing. Wherever Prabhupada writes about books, he will 95% of the time only mention Bhagavatam, Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavatam, Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavatam, Bhagavad Gita. He doesn't say anything else. Because this is what Mahaprabhu has also said. That Mahaprabhu's opinion is that the only book that should be read is the Srimad Bhagavatam. So Prabhupada is very clear. And he says that these 4 things will make one happy. But you will find that these 4 things I'm doing so many years, even then there's some trouble. That is where Manu comes in. He balances this point. Because sometimes when you do these 4 things, it becomes a burden on us. And every time there's a long face, study Prabhupada's books. Who's going to offer? Are you going to offer? I'm too busy. You offer, you offer. You know, it becomes chaotic in a home. Who's going to do this? Who's going to do that? Right? But these 4 things, as Manu is teaching us, is supposed to spread the spirit of Krishna consciousness. These things are not standalone items. It has to be performed so that the spirit is maintained in the house. And what is that spirit? It's a spirit of love, affection, and service. Ideal talk, right? We always say, in family, we have to be affectionate, we have to be loving. There will always be some material leaning in a home. There will always be challenges, but one must strive to keep the spirit going. That's why Prabhupada is using that word spirit, right? Because spirit can rise, spirit can drop. So the first thing that Manu did is that he used the institution of marriage to actually be happy. Sometimes people ask, how do I reduce the burden of work? How do I reduce the burden of even sometimes service? There's just too much of responsibility. And we feel there's just too much happening. The best way to actually be a little free is to use the institution of marriage. This is very important. And how do you use the institution of marriage? Is to love each other in the home. The husband, when she loves the husband, when the wife loves the husband, right? Through that love, the tension and the pressure that is in a home is actually reduced. And vice versa. When the parents love the children love the parents, right? That tension or that pressure that is created through job, through work, through service is actually reduced. It is not wrong. It is not wrong because Prabhupada is quoting this and Manu has done it. Manu has done it. If not, it would not appear in Bhagavatam. They would have said that Manu was detached from his family. No, he loved his wife. He loved his children and he enjoyed with them. But how? Bhubuje anya virodataha. It is written that he fulfilled all his desires with his wife and subjects without being disturbed by unwanted principles contrary to the process of religion. This is where the 4 regulative principle comes in. Everyone in a Krishna conscious home, to the best of their ability, will have to follow the 4 regulative principles. And they are known as the regulative principles of freedom. That's what Prabhupada translates this in Bhagavad Gita. It gives us freedom if we are to follow these 4 regulative principles. So whatever Prabhupada has given is perfect, but it should be applied with intelligence. It should be applied in a way that it upkeeps the spirit of Krishna consciousness. And all of this happens because Manu had one habit every morning. Prati Ushesh Anubhaddena Hrida Shrinvan Hare Kataha. When Manu attended Mangalarti, he did not attend Mangalarti. He was present in Mangalarti. Hrida Shrinvan means he gave his heart to the hearing of Srimad Bhagavatam, or glorifying the spiritual master, or chanting Hare Krishna Mahamantra. When the heart is sold to Krishna as a first priority every morning, then you will find our heart is actually protected from the rest of the onslaughts. And this spirit should be shared with everyone at home. And this is what he did. And Prabhupada again writes that there is nothing wrong in enjoying family life. These are the words of Prabhupada. And because he does that, in the next verse, Bhagavatam tells us, Swayambhuva Manu was a saintly king. Although absorbed in material happiness, he was not dragged to the lowest grade of life, for he always enjoyed his material happiness in a Krishna conscious atmosphere. So here Prabhupada is saying he was absorbed in happiness. He was absorbed in material happiness. Prabhupada never translates this as spiritual happiness, because we have a body and there must be some level of material happiness which is actually regulated to keep the body going and to keep the relationships going. When the wife approaches the husband for something, even Prabhupada has mentioned to some of his disciples that if the wife approaches the husband with a desire, the husband must work to fulfill the desire of the wife, and vice versa. This is not a spiritual thing. This is material. But Prabhupada also says that social tranquility is required for spiritual progress. Prabhupada writes this in the pages of Bhagavad Gita. Social tranquility is required for spiritual progress. If you have a chaotic social life, sometimes we are even told that devotees are not supposed to have social life, right? It is almost impossible. It's good if you don't. But we have to understand that we are working within a system in Kali Yuga where everyone has some sort of social life. But that social life has to be tranquil. And how is that tranquil? Where desires are actually managed. So if some desires are there in the house, the parents, the husband, the wife, they have to work to fulfill these desires. Prabhupada says, if a husband cannot fulfill the desires of his wife, then he should not be married. He should not. Why to accept the institution of marriage if you cannot fulfill the desires of your subjects? It is a very organic thing. And this is where, when he does that, and he hears Bhagavatam every morning, he sings in glorification of Krishna, his consciousness is not dragged down. You see? Our consciousness is dragged when we are careless in our material life. It is not when we fulfill the desire. It's when we are careless about it. If, let's say, someone comes to us in the home with a desire, if we fulfill it, it ends there. But if we make a mockery, if we make a, if we give it different dimensions of why it should not be done, why this should not be done, then what happens is it becomes very burdensome. It is not that now devotees have to become desirous, but within a home, within the institution of marriage, desires are allowed, but unlawful desires are not allowed. So this is what is mentioned, for he always enjoyed his material happiness in a Krishna conscious atmosphere. And Prabhupada is writing that Swayambhuva Manu was considered as good as a saintly sage because the atmosphere created in his kingdom and home was completely Krishna conscious. Again, he is saying that it is the atmosphere that he spread. And how did he do this? He did it in 4 ways. It is mentioned that consequently, although his duration of life gradually came to an end, his long life, consisting of a manvantara, was not spent in vain. So he did 4 things. He ever engaged in hearing, Shrinvan. Next, contemplating, Dhyayato. This point must be practiced by every devotee. It is not simply that we hear and read Prabhupada and we just quote Prabhupada verbatim. Prabhupada said, Prabhupada said, Prabhupada said, Prabhupada said. Prabhupada said that those who study his books have to study it from different angles and viewpoints and assimilate it with their own experience and assimilate it into their own life experiences. This is exactly what Shukadeva Goswami did. Yaswanubhavam Akhila Shruti Saram Ekam. How did the Saram come? Yaswanubhavam. Swa-anubhavam means by his own experience, he assimilated Srimad Bhagavatam. Did you ever see Shukadeva Goswami in Bhagavatam saying, Vyasadeva said, Vyasadeva said, Vyasadeva said, Vyasadeva said? He never uses his father's name. Right? It is not that we should not use Prabhupada's name. But we must have realization from what Prabhupada has given us. Because in our family, whenever anything goes wrong, the last thing our wives and our husbands and children want to hear is that You should not have done this because Prabhupada said so. You should not have done this because Guru Maharaj said so. They are looking to us, said, man, what do you have to say about it? Right? It's a given that whatever we have is coming from Prabhupada. But we have to take accountability in terms of realization to protect the status of our family. And this is what Prabhupada wanted. That people should become self-sufficient and they should be happy in their married life. And they should be happy within the four corners of their home. So, few things. If we have a home, we have a family, the first thing that should be done is that whether we are engaged in service, in a community, in a temple, or we are working outside, that is a personal choice. That you cannot look at scripture and ask, what should I do? The scripture will never give you the answer. Because based on the phase of life you are in, based on your desires, based on your family setup, based on your aspirations, that is a choice that needs to be made collectively by the individual and also the family. But one thing needs to be done. We must work hard. Whether we are in the temple doing service, we have to work. If we are outside doing a job, we have to work. There is no two ways about it. And here in, okay, I'm forgetting the reference. I can give you the reference, but this is in 10th Canto. And this purport is by Prabhupada, right? In the translation, it is mentioned, also to the inhabitants of Vrindavan who were busy working during daytime and sleeping soundly. This is description of the denizens of Vrindavan, the highest devotees. What were they doing? Busy working during daytime and sleeping soundly at night because of their hard labor in the day. Lord Krishna awarded promotion to the highest planet in the spiritual sky. Now let's come to Prabhupada's purport. He says, here it is clearly mentioned that the inhabitants of Vrindavan were extensively busy in the hard labor of their day's work. And due to the day's hard labor, they were engaged in sound sleep at night. These are Prabhupada's words. That one who works hard will sleep soundly. One who is careless about his work and his dealings, then he is always disturbed during the night. Because he has been careless during the day, or she has been careless during the day. And he says, so practically Prabhupada is saying, they had very little time to devote to meditation or to the other paraphernalia of spiritual activities. He's saying that they did not have the time. So if you feel sometimes you do not have the time because you're working hard, join the gang. The Vrajavasis had the same problem. Do not feel morose or do not feel discouraged. Do not feel discouraged that something is going wrong in my life. It is very normal. It is very normal. And there Prabhupada is writing, everything done by them was spiritualized because everything was dovetailed in their relationship with Lord Sri Krishna. The central point of activities was Krishna, and as such, the so-called activities in the material world were saturated with spiritual potency. That is the advantage of the way of Bhakti Yoga. We are Bhakti Yogis. Might as well we take advantage of it. We take advantage of what Bhakti Yoga avails us. So whatever we are doing, we do it to the best of our abilities. So that's first point. Being happy, working hard, serving hard, and the next point is if we are in a home, there must be a system of consultation. Consulting. I think this morning we saw this. Before Lord Shiva wanted to drink poison, right, to save the entire world, to save the entire universe, what did he do? He went to Parvati and he says that in 8741, after informing Bhavani in this way, Lord Shiva, no, I've reversed it. So this is, the first verse is, Lord Shiva is saying, my dear gentle wife Bhavani, and then he explains why he needs to drink the poison. He needs to save the universe, Krishna is pleased, and then he says, therefore, let me drink this poison. And in the next verse, it is translated, After informing Bhavani in this way, Lord Shiva began to drink the poison. And Bhavani, who knew perfectly well the capabilities of Lord Shiva, gave him her permission to do so. Just imagine, the wife is permitting the husband to carry on with that service. How many of us ask our spouse? If anyone were to call us and ask us for something, we should get into the habit of telling them, hold, let me check. Hold, let me check. It's very healthy, right? It is always good to check and consult with those in our homes before we commit to anything. It's a very, very simple thing, but it is actually a great sign of respect that we are giving to people in our homes. This is not a sentimental thing. If the greatest Vaishnava can do it, who is Lord Shiva, then shouldn't we follow his example? He's asking for permission. And in the same way, Sati also asked for permission before she wanted to go to her home to visit her father. And Lord Shiva gives her the permission with a few instructions. Whatever happens after that is secondary. But the point that needs to happen is that consultative mentality in a home. The next thing that is given in Bhagavatam is taste and character. Hare Krishna. Taste and character. This is in 3rd canto, 24th chapter, 15th verse. Yata Sheelam, Yata Ruchi. The translation says, therefore today, please give away your daughters to the foremost of the sages. This is Devahuti being given to Kadama Muni. So give the daughter to the sage with due regard. Again, Prabhupada's words. With due regard for the girl's temperament and likings. See, very practical. And Prabhupada writes in the purport, he says that here 2 words are used very significantly. Yata Sheelam, Yata Ruchi. The daughters should be handed over to the respective rishis not blindly, but according to the combination of character and taste. This is the art of combining a man and woman. Whenever we talk about marriage, immediately the astrologer comes into play. But if you read this purport, Prabhupada is saying all the astrology, the different planets, the movement of the sun, everything is denoting whether their taste and their character is actually matching. So the astrology is a remote thing. The direct thing we should be looking at is the character and the taste. Character, once we are married, you cannot now say that I don't like your character, right? You signed up for it. But taste can be adjusted. Taste can be adjusted. If the wife has a certain taste, the husband has to adjust his taste to suit the taste of the wife. And if the husband has a certain taste, the wife has to suit the taste of the husband. I'll give you an example in Singapore. I had this devotee approaching me that the wife had watched a few videos and realized that she was not healthy. And she decided that she wanted to sign up to go to the gym, right? And he felt that this is wrong. It should not be done. And the entire house became a Kurukshetra because the wife wanted to go to the gym. The simple advice that was given to the husband is that just accompany her to the gym. It's okay. What's the matter? Right? Would the husband only accompany the wife to the temple? Only to chant? Only to read Prabhupada's books? Again, coming to the point of Manu, everyone has desires. It is not now that this family will become a poster boy for gymming. Right? As devotees, we know that we are not meant to focus on the body, but we must also accept that there are desires of people. So the advice that was given to the husband is that whenever she goes to the gym, just accompany her. If that's not your taste, then adjust the taste. You have to adjust it. Because Bhagavatam is telling us if character and taste do not go together, then married life becomes hellish. It does. As I said, character can only be changed through the purging effects of sadhana bhakti. That goes without saying. You can, but it is a very strong dose. Because Krishna says in 7th chapter of Bhagavad Gita that this nature of mine is very difficult to overcome. So character is very difficult to change. But Krishna still says, but I can overcome it. So if Krishna wants, we can also adjust our character. That is where our sadhana bhakti comes in. So sadhana bhakti should be used for us to have love in the heart. So adjustment of taste and adjustment of character. And lastly, the last point I wanted to go through before I open this up is equality. In a home, there must be equality between husband and wife. And this is not the material equality that the world is now encouraging. Feminism, chauvinism, whatever they talk about. It doesn't work. Feminism doesn't work. Chauvinism also doesn't work. But Bhagavatam works. This is in the pastime of Ambrish Maharaj, 9th canto, 4th chapter. Right? That verse says, to worship Lord Krishna, Maharaj Ambrish, along with his queen, who was equally qualified, Tulya Shilaya, observed the vow of Ekadasi and Dvadasi for 1 year. Prabhupada's purport. Maharaj Ambrish's queen was equally qualified as the king. Just imagine, Maharaj Ambrish accepted it. My wife is equally qualified as me. Therefore, it was possible for Maharaj Ambrish to engage his life in household affairs. In this regard, the word Tulya Shilaya is very significant. Unless a wife is equally qualified as a husband, household affairs are very difficult to continue. Words of Prabhupada. It's not a realization. Prabhupada is writing this. He's saying that the wife should be equal to the husband. Now, the men should ask ourselves this question. Do we have a perception or do we have plans in place that the female must always be lower than us? If we have that mentality, then Prabhupada is saying the household will be hellish. The husband must enable the wife to become his equal. And the wife must enable the husband to become her equal. In that way, family life becomes very peaceful. And that is why Ambrish Maharaj, Lord Shiva, all of them always treated their wives as equals. Lord Shiva, nothing to say, we all know, right? Half of Lord Shiva's body is actually given to Parvati. And all these examples are there because the living entities in this material world have to follow this. Now, how many of us can say that Prabhupada has not given us practical tips to engage in family life? Whatever I have read today is not my realization. The reference is there. It is not from a letter. Letters may not be authoritative. It is to a specific person. But these are translations from Srimad Bhagavatam. These are purports from Srimad Bhagavatam. So Prabhupada is emphatic. Family life is meant to be done in a very peaceful and happy manner. Husband and wife are meant to be equal. They are meant to consult each other and they are meant to protect each other. And this is the verdict of Bhagavatam and this is the verdict of Srila Prabhupada. So thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Are there any questions, any comments, any sharing of experiences? Yes, Prabhu.
You rightfully stressed compatibility of wife and husband. And I see it in the case of Cardinal Muni Devahuti, Shiva and Sati, and Ambarish and his wife. All wonderful. But now I see a problem for ISKCON, specifically in the West, where the choices for making suitable match of compatible partners for future marriage are rather limited. And then also there are also, they say, false hopes and expectations on both sides of husband and wife, particularly in the West prevalent, where wife hopes because he loves me, he will change, but he never changes. What you see is what you get. And the boy hopes that she will forever stay sweet and loving. But alas, it doesn't last long. She rather changes and it is beyond her capacity to remain the way she was when they met. So I don't know if you can a little bit elaborate on this, because I find it indeed very, very important that wife is able to if it's the right way to say, follow husband in his vows and commitment to spiritual practices and so forth. Because generally ladies will be more grounded and more focused on house and comfort and so forth. That much from
Good question.
This is my opinion. I'm not saying that it's correct, but in my experience, this thing about Indian and Western, Prabhupada has reduced that gap between what you call Western mentality and Vedic Indian mentality. Because Prabhupada never ever said that these are my Western disciples and these are my Indian disciples. Prabhupada said that we should never see it that way. And he has given a process that should be followed equally by the Indian continent, right, subcontinent, and the Western subcontinent. So we have to plug into Prabhupada's family and Prabhupada's system.
just a tiny,
Yes.
tiny
Yes.
clarification. I didn't mean difference between the West and
Right,
East in the sense of mentalities. I meant that in the West, ISKCON is, it's a foreign element with very limited number
Right.
of choices.
Right.
I didn't mean nothing beyond.
Okay, I get what you mean, Prabhu.
Yeah.
Okay, one thing that we must understand is that I hope this is not being recorded, right? It is being okay. I'll still be open about it. It is not that one must get married within a certain society. It is not a must. What is must is that married life must be pleasant. It must be happy. Some basic commonalities need to be there. Maybe vegetarianism, right? But the main thing must be the character and the taste. If you're going to say that, to hell with character and taste, you must get married to a boy in ISKCON. That's where the trouble starts. I'm not promoting to get married outside the society. I'm not promoting it. There are nice boys, there are nice girls. They can come together. But let's not, make them sacrificial goats. Just because we want everything to remain within a society, why to spoil the life of a young man and a young woman? That's a question we need to ask ourselves. It has happened in the past, but do we want that to continue? This is a question for the elders in the society. We must ask this. We must create avenues. We must create frameworks. We must do that. Matchmaking works. But in Kali Yuga, you know that temperaments are changing. When we say that the woman, yes, will follow the husband, that temperament is also changing based on time, place, and circumstance. If I were to go in Singapore and I were to make this statement that the woman must follow the husband, I'll be thrown out. Because it doesn't work that way. The women are working. They have aspirations. They are very driven. Some of them are much more capable than men when it comes to organizational structures. Do we then say that no, Prabhupada said you have to follow the man? We can't say that, right? So it's a good question, Prabhu. And we not say we, but the experienced ones, they will have to come and guide the younger ones. And they will have to put their lives in the forefront first, not the process, not the society, not the systems. It is the life of two persons. That is the first priority. Everything else has to be organized around that. And Prabhupada has given everything to us to do that. Is that all right, Prabhu? Yeah. So you are right. There is a gap. And thank you for calling it out. We have to fix it. We have to create the platform for them. But they cannot be made sacrificial goats. Hare Krishna. Anyone else? Yes, please.
I guess I have two questions. I'll start with the first one, where you were saying that it was important not to let external elements interfere in the happiness of the home. But there's also situations where maybe in our job, in our service, we might be struggling. And I have noticed that bringing it into the home creates troubles. But we also depend on each other to maybe solve them, to converse about them. What would you say to that?
That's the advantage of the institution of marriage. We should consult our spouse, and share our challenges with them. So there are two sides to this. We must be in a position where we can share, and they must be in a position that they are always willing to hear and give us time and be present. This has to be there. If it is not there, then what happens is then the external influence increases. Because without a choice, they'll have to go out to seek advice. You see, even when we are initiated, it is important that we seek guidance from our spiritual master. But even when we are initiated, Jai Shri Shri Radha Gopinath Ji Ki, it is important for us to also seek guidance from within. It is not that now we have a spiritual master, our husband and wife are now null and void. What Guru says is be all and end all. Guru knows our heart, but we cannot put the blame on them that they are not in the home to actually see the challenges that are happening. Sometimes we just slam the Guru to the cross and we nail him saying that this is not right, there's no guidance. But the guidance actually has to come from within the home first. Then for everything else, there is Guru. Is that all right, Mataji? Yeah, we should do that. And you have a second question?
Yes, the second. Okay, yeah, second question. So both my husband and me have the fortune to be able doing service in the temple, and sometimes the service in the temple can feel more important than the daily household chores of cleaning, cooking that come again and again. Whereas the service in the temple feels like, okay, I'm advancing my spiritual life, I'm serving others. It feels like there's more advancement. Do you have any advice how to find place, even though intellectually we obviously understand that, Prabhupada says a family, there's important to have that safety and that happiness in the family, and that's a strong foundation from which to grow. But in reality, when, for example, when we're preaching and we're feeling, I'm bringing someone perhaps closer to Krishna, or I'm advancing on a project, doing the laundry feels not so important.
Yeah, it's a good point, Mataji. In short, in a temple community, temple comes first. I think there's no two ways about it. Even in ancient times, every town, every village would be built around the temple, and their lives would actually center around the temple. The Utsava Murtis come out, they celebrate, they're very happy. So in a temple community, I'm not talking about city living, in a temple community, temple always comes first. And both husband and wife must be aligned to this. So if the laundry is not done, I don't think we should lose our head. But the fact is, the laundry has to be done. So at some point in time, it should be done. Because Prabhupada also says that with regards to family life, cleanliness is very important. Prabhupada says it's not next to godliness. It is godliness. So in family life, cleanliness, especially for devotees, is very important. So we must find time. We cannot use the temple activities as an excuse, but temple comes first, right? If you have deities at home and you have deities in the temple, which deity should be served first? The temple deities should be served first. The deities at home become secondary, but that doesn't mean they're not important. So there must be some nice organization. Devotees are highly organized people. You know how Prabhupada and Mataji, Prabhus can share how Prabhupada was always organized with his time, the way he kept his glasses, the way he kept his pen, it was completely organized. So devotee means organized living. If we are organized, we have time, it's good. If not, it's chaotic. But even within that, again, very idealistic, there must be that love between that husband and wife, right? Sometimes if it's not done, who does it? When do we do it? And they keep their taste for the temple in the forefront. Is that okay? Yeah. So we have to do it. Anyone else?
I have one question.
Yes, Mataji.
Bueno, no sé. The duty of the husband is work for maintain the grija, ¿no? Pero suppose que the husband don't have work, it's not his fault.
Is it someone to
I think she said that the duty of the husband is to take care of the family.
No, it's maintain the family. But if he don't have work, it's not his fault, yeah.
So she's saying that it's the duty of the husband to maintain the family, but if he doesn't have a job, how does he maintain? He can't. You're right, Mataji. Your answer is in the question. See, we are living in the material world. No money, no talk. Right? If there's no money, how do you maintain something? It's very difficult. It's a controversial point, right? It's a contentious point at times, but you can say that Krishna maintains. No money. Try standing outside and get Krishna to maintain. Arjuna did that. Krishna said, no way, you fight. Right? Don't put it on me. We have aspirations. If we are Shukadev Goswami, Krishna will surely maintain us. You don't need to go to work, you don't need to wear clothes, you don't need to do anything. But if we fall short of any standard of Shukadev Goswami, better you do something to get the Lakshmi. A comfortable, decent, not extravagant flow of Lakshmi is always useful. Is always useful. Because remember that social tranquility is required for spiritual progress. This is a general answer. But you will have to fit it into situations. But I think you would agree with me that if you want to exist in this material world, right, it is better that you are self-sufficient. If the temple maintains you, if you get some money, if you are simple and happy about it, well and good. But if you do have aspirations, if you do have desires, best you don't suffer in silence. Speak about it. If someone can inspire you to become simple and to continue, very good. Because Prabhupada would love that, deities would love that. But do not suffer in silence. That is the key point to be understood. But to Mataji's question, if you want to maintain someone, in my experience, from where I come from, you need money. But the question to you all, do you need money here? Or is it different? No, I'm serious. You do need, right? Yeah, you do. Where I come from is very expensive, right? Maybe here it's not as expensive, but you cannot say you don't require money. You do require money. And that's why devotees call money as Lakshmi. Because whatever we get, the surplus is used in Krishna's service. So yes, Mataji, if he wants to maintain, he has to work. Yeah, he can't be lazy about it.
So what I will say is very extreme, is probably most extreme that it can be. We have a Kardama Muni who didn't take any job, and he married a princess who voluntarily, important to note here, who voluntarily followed him and served him, renouncing all her royal opulences and so forth. That's why I come back actually to my original point, that unless, and there is difficulty in the West to find, especially within the ISKCON, I'm glad you opened towards matchmaking even, outside of ISKCON, because that little bit opens the pool and possibilities. And if there is no this original, I say, alignment in sense of how far we want to be austere or devoted to straight and narrow path of Krishna consciousness, between wife and husband, then that's really big grounds for trouble in the future.
You're right. Just one point with Kardama Muni. If you read the chapter, Kardama Muni created so much of opulence by his mystic power that even if I have money, I could not afford it.
Yeah, but in the end,
Yes, but in the end, he had to leave because Kardama Muni was in a certain state of mind and he managed expectation. He told Manu that the moment she bears my child, right, I will immediately leave. Ato bhajishye samayena sadvim. Samayena means condition. He sets the condition. So he's very clear. No one can blame him. You see the point, Prabhu? Yeah. So you bring up a very good point. Expectations have to be managed right from the onset. And Prabhupada is very clear in many instances where he says that if you want to work, stay out, you work and you maintain your family. But if you want to maintain a family, there must be money. Prabhupada was very, very clear about it. So you're right. You know, we have to settle and sort these things out. But my only request, again, is to look at people as human beings. That they have desires, let's not nail them to the cross. We have to see their aspirations and desires, and we have to sort things according to that. Because I've seen, in my experience, many years after not doing all this, people tend to turn and say that the movement has done nothing for me. They put the blame on Prabhupada, they put the blame on the movement, saying that so many years I've given to the movement, now I cannot move forward because I don't have the skills. Prabhupada never ever told us to live life in such a way that we are going to be disadvantaged. He never actually said that. He said that we should be Krishna conscious. What that means for each individual is different. You see the point? Yeah. So we have to maturely deal with these things. I hope that's okay. Hare Krishna. Yes.
I have a question. Can this be extended to perhaps the four walls of this temple, say, as a family? Is there a certain way that we behave amongst each other to have this same harmony?
Absolutely, Mataji. I think in a temple community, family extends out of the immediate four walls. The loving relationship within community members is actually as important as the love that is shared between the husband, wife, and the children in the house. Because the family is an extension. That is why the elders in the community, they should become a reservoir of knowledge. That whenever there is trouble, we are able to access them. And we seek their advice and we seek their guidance. In Vedic life, it was like that, right? Those who come from India, they did not go to a psychologist or psychiatrist. They used to go to their grand aunts. They used to go to their grandmother, right? If the grandmother did not like something, just one slap and he would be sorted, right? Did not have to give money to anyone, right? They knew, but that slap wouldn't hurt because it comes from deep down. They really care, you see? So you're absolutely right. In a community, and it should not be set up by processes. This should come up organically. That the young ones must turn to the elders. It is very, very important in our society that the young devotees must give utmost respect to the elderly devotees. They should treat them how they would treat their spiritual master. They should treat them how they would treat Prabhupada. I would go to the extent to say that. Because they are the manifestation of Prabhupada's mercy. You see, Mataji? Yeah. So you're right. Loving dealings have to be there. And the elders have to be very giving and very understanding of the young ones. And they have to love them because they are the next generation. Is that okay? Hare Krishna.
Nobody wants to say anything. I can add something.
It's interactive. You're doing the right things.
So just to shed a little bit light on the situation in the West, There was a question asked to Prabhupada how Krishna created a world in which there is so much misery and so forth. And Prabhupada's reply was, it was not Krishna, it's you. You made of it, of the material world, what it is. And similarly, like following up on your point there, how devotees sometimes feel that ISKCON hasn't given back like that. It's not ISKCON that Prabhupada designed, it's not ISKCON that Prabhupada wanted, but it's what we made of it, especially in the West. And even more so in the East Europe. It was really incredible situations. I can tell you that experiences we had in ex-Yugoslavia in the early 80s when I joined is that if you left them, if you didn't join, the moment you move into the temple is the day when you became Krishna conscious. Before that, nothing is possible. And the day you left, you are a demon. You should not be ever more spoken or approached. You are out, you are done, you are gone. So that extreme, this is the grounds on which everything has been built. So you can imagine, without getting into more details, how everything is developed from there and how far astray it went with such mentalities as a starting point.
Thank you. You used the word atmosphere, and I heard you regularly use the term realm. And, well, whether it is the limited or the broad understanding of the word family, as a community, we also are a kind of family. Could you explore a bit more on this term of atmosphere and realm?
In short, Prabhu, when we use the term atmosphere or realm, it's intangible. It's not tangible, right? You can't touch it. But you will find in our life, we always only look at the tangible things, but the intangibles actually matter, right? Like atmosphere that is made up of ether. Do we handle the purification of ether by chanting in our homes? Or do we switch on the electronic box and Prabhupada starts chanting? Right? The life force chanting is very different from a jukebox chanting, whether it's Prabhupada or not. And the kind of words that we use in a home. If there's only screaming and shouting in the house, then the atmosphere is polluted. The house may be clean, laundry may be done, but the atmosphere is still dirtied because the kind of negative vibrations that are used in the house is going to stay in the atmosphere. So that's the point, Prabhu. It's intangible, but it is very important for our everyday living. That is why the word spirit, the word atmosphere is actually used.
The
collective
responsibility.
Exactly, Prabhu. Yeah. Because there are many factors happening in a house. As Mataji brought up, laundry is one of them, right? Cleanliness is one of them. But what about the things that we cannot see? People's emotions, right? Their likes and their dislikes, the ether that is floating. All these things need to be handled if we just plug ourselves into Prabhupada's process. But when we follow that process, there must be love in the heart. I hope that's all right, Prabhu. Hare Krishna. We have 9 minutes, if I'm not wrong. Yeah. Anyone has any final thoughts, any questions? Yes, Mataji.
I think the other day you gave a class and someone asked a question in relation to what to do when you lose the taste for service, for chanting, and you mentioned that service is very important, and you even mentioned menial, how do you say in English? Yeah, and you mentioned cleanliness. My experience, I've noticed often in temples that people have this, how do you say, this understanding that, if you're Brahminical, you don't clean, and if you're cleaning, you're a Shudra. That I've noticed that in many places, in many communities. So, how would you explain the necessity or the need for cleanliness for everyone, no matter if you think that you're Brahman or you're a Shudra or you're Vaishya or you're a manager? How would you explain the need for that? And for everyone? Not just in the home, but in the community.
Yes. See, before speaking about the community, we speak about an individual. A Vaishnava is an individual. Whenever a Vaishnava enters a room and when he exits, the room will be cleaner than it was before. It will be. He's not like Prabhupada. When he went to his place, if he saw it that it was dirty, he would actually make sure to actually sort things out and keep the place clean. And this concept about cleaning in the mood of service is as good as a Brahmin or Brahmana performing deity worship. It is as good as someone seated on Vyasasan and giving a Bhagavatam class. In Krishna consciousness, service, any form of service is non-different, Mataji. If anyone were to say that you're cleaning in the temple and you are Shudra, let's be careful. I'm not going to make any comment because I'm not sure of the context, but Prabhupada has never said that. Yeah, standing on the altar and cleaning the temple floor is non-different. It's always that case. It will never change because Krishna is absolute. Yeah, so if anyone is saying that, then bring it up to the authorities because I'm very sure the authorities don't agree with it. They should not.
So we should all clean, no matter.
Of course.
Or
yes.
Sometimes people.
No. I have never heard of such things. Yeah, everyone should clean. Why not? Yeah, thank you. Yes.
There's a nice example of Srila Prabhupada walking past the toilets in Mayapur in the beginning, and they were very dirty. Then he asked his leaders who were walking with him, so who's responsible? And they said, oh, this is the toilets of the workers, so we are not responsible. Then Prabhupada said, but if you can tolerate it, then you're just as low as the ones that are making it dirty. So the fact that if we can tolerate dirt, then we're on a level of being dirty, really. So we think we're brahmanas, so we don't clean. But if you see dirt and you don't take care of it, then it makes you.
Excellent. Thank you. Amazing.
I was just thinking, if we look at the nature of a Brahmana and then a Shudra on the other side, then I would say that the difference is that the Brahmana would clean spontaneously when he sees something is dirty, and a Shudra might have it as a service and will be told to clean, but the Brahmana should just clean spontaneously because that is a Brahminical atmosphere he's trying to create. So Brahmana should in fact be more cleaning more than the Shudra should.
Wonderful.
Sorry?
Wonderful. It's amazing, really.
Perhaps follow up on that because I got a new service where I'm supposed to manage, and I walked and I saw 3 things that needed to be cleaned, and I was like, oh, it would be so easy. I could just clean it myself and I'd be so peaceful, or I would have to find 3 different people to clean these different things, and it was very strong. And these 3 people actually passed in front of me that very moment. So I was like, Krishna, it would be so much easier to just ignore them and clean it myself. So that was also a question at some point. We also need to learn to, however easier, like a dream. I'm like, can I just go clean the stairs peacefully and forget the financials and write down all the documents and listen to everybody's issues and write and have to figure out solutions to it? I'd much rather clean the stairs or go do my laundry. But at some point there's also, I guess, like Kshatriyas has to go and do his service and everyone has to. I guess we're all competing on each other.
Yeah. And it's absolutely right. I think you're all aligned. But did you see through this exercise, right? even if someone like me is not in the picture, the community members are actually able to enlighten each other and to share notes, and they're able to become self-sufficient. And I think that's the beauty of a community. And when we heard from Matajis, they're senior, they're elderly, and when they speak, it really touches the heart. And that's how it should be. It's very organic. It touches the heart. We take it back, we follow it. They become pleased. They may not put their hands on your head, right? But when we hear them and we follow it, you can see that the joy that they have in the heart, it actually comes out as blessings. And vice versa, right? When we see them happy, we are also pleased because things are getting done. And this is how communities work. We have to bounce off each other. One thing, and I'll leave with this point, that a temple community cannot wait for someone to inject quality and to inject the needed urgency and the needed love in a community. A temple community, Prabhupada has said, must be self-sufficient. Not only in terms of making its own milk, not in terms of making its own vegetable, but even with regards to sharing experiences, in regards to rectification of problems, they must become self-sufficient as well. And now, just in this exercise, you saw that Prabhu had such nice experience and points Mataji's also shared. And you had amazing points that you brought up. The only thing we have to do is now to integrate, to share notes, to organically have that loving relationships with each other. Thank you. Thank you very much, Prabhus. Thank you very much, Matajis. Jai Shri Prabhupada ki. Jai Shri Prabhupada ki.
Jai Shri Shri Radha Gopinath Ji ki Jai Shri Jagannath Baladev Subhadra Jai Shri Prabhupada Jai.
Thank you.
Hari Deva Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swamini Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Jam Vishnupad Paramhamsa Parirajkacharya Stotra Sat Shri Srimad Abhay Chanaravinda Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jam Vishnupad Paramhamsa Parirajkacharya Stotra Sat Shri Srimad Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Prabhupada Ki Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Prem Se Kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Ki Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gop Gopinath Shyam Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan Ki Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Shri Mayapur Dham Ki Jagannath Puri Dham Ki Ganga Maya Ki Yamuna Maya Ki Bhakti Devi Ki Tulsi Maharani Ki Harinam Sankirtan Yaka Ki Transcendental Book Distribution Ki Samaveta Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Ki Nitai Gaur Pramanandi. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada.
Namaste Narashinagaya.
Bhagavan ki jai, Prahlad Maharaj ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Gaura Premanande. Krishna, 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 hey.
Krishna, 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 Krishna,
Krishna, Krishna, Krishna, Krishna, Krishna, Krishna, Krishna, hey.
Krishna, 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 Krishna,
Krishna, Krishna, Krishna, Krishna, Krishna, Krishna, Rakshamam.
Krishna, 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 Shama.
Krishna, 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 Pahimam.
Krishna, 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 Parama.
Rama Raghava, Rama Raghava, Rama Raghava, Rakshamam.
Rama, 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 Rama,
Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Pahimam.
Krishna, Keshava, Krishna, Keshava, Krishna, Keshava, Parama.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada.
Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada.
Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Story reading from Krishna's Supreme Personality of Godhead. We're in chapter entitled Five Queens Married by Krishna. We're on page 521 at the bottom. First of all, he gave them 10,000 cows and 3,000 well-dressed young maidservants, ornamented up to their necks. This system of dowry is still current in India, especially for Kshatriya princes. When a Kshatriya prince is married,
At least a dozen maidservants of similar age are given along with the bride. After giving the cows and maidservants, the king enriched the dowry by giving 9,000 elephants and 100 times more chariots and elephants. This means that he gave 900,000 chariots and he gave 100 times more horses than chariots, or 90 million horses, and 100 times more menservants than horses. Royal princes maintained such menservants and maidservants with all provisions, as if they were their own children or family members. After giving this dowry, the king of Koshila province bade his daughter and great son-in-law be seated on a chariot and allowed them to go to their home, guarded by a division of well-equipped soldiers. As they travelled fast to their new home, the king's heart was enlivened with affection for them. Before this marriage of Satya with Krishna, there had been many competitive engagements with the bulls of King Nagnajit, and many other princes of the Yadu dynasty, and of other dynasties as well, had tried to win the hand of Satya. When the frustrated princes of the other dynasties heard that Krishna was successful in getting the hand of Satya by subduing the bulls, naturally they became envious. While Krishna was travelling to Dwarka, all the frustrated and defeated princes encircled him and began to shower their arrows on the bridal party. When they attacked Krishna's party and shot arrows like incessant torrents of rain, Arjuna, the best friend of Krishna, took charge of the challenge, and he alone very easily drove them off to please his great friend Krishna on the occasion of his marriage. Arjuna immediately took up his bow, Gandiva, and chased away all the princes, exactly as a lion drives away all small animals simply by chasing them. Arjuna drove away all the princes without killing even one of them. After this, the chief of the dynasty, Lord Krishna, along with his newly married wife and a huge dowry, entered the city of Dwarka with great pomp. Krishna then lived there with his wife very peacefully.
Besides Kunti Devi, Krishna had another paternal aunt. Her name was Shrutakirti, and she was married and lived in Kaikaya province. She had a daughter whose name was Bhadra. Bhadra wanted to marry Krishna, and her brother handed her over to him unconditionally. Krishna accepted her as his bona fide wife. Thereafter, Krishna married a daughter of the king of Madras province. Her name was Lakshmana, and she had all good qualities. She was also forcibly married by Krishna, who took her in the same way that Garuda snatched the jar of nectar from the hands of the demigods. Krishna kidnapped this girl in the presence of many other princes in the assembly of her Swayamvara. The Swayamvara is a ceremony in which the bride can select her own husband from an assembly of many princes. The description of Krishna's marriage with the 5 girls mentioned in this chapter is not sufficient. He had many other thousands of wives besides them. Krishna accepted the other thousands of wives after killing a demon named Bhaumasura. All these thousands of girls were held captive in the palace of Bhaumasura, and Krishna released them and married them. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 58th chapter of Krishna, entitled 5 Queens Married by Krishna.
Chapter 59, The Deliverance of the Demon Bhauma Asura. The story of Bhauma Asura, how he kidnapped and made captive 16,000 princesses by collecting them from the palaces of various kings, and how he was killed by Krishna, the Supreme Lord of wonderful character, is all described by Sukadeva Goswami to King Parikshit in Srimad Bhagavatam. Generally, the demons are always against the demigods, and this demon Bhauma Asura, having become very powerful, took by force the umbrella from the throne of the demigod Varuna. He also took the earrings of Aditi, the mother of the demigods. He conquered the portion of heavenly Mount Meru known as Maniparvata and occupied it. The king of heavenly planets, Indra, therefore came to Dwarka to complain about Bhauma Asura before Lord Krishna. Hearing this complaint by Indra, the king of heaven, Lord Krishna, accompanied by his wife Satyabhama, immediately started for the abode of Bhauma Asura. The two of them rode on the back of Garuda, who flew them to the Pragyotishta Pura, Baumasura's capital city. To enter the city of Pragjyotisha Pura was not a very easy task, because it was well fortified. First of all, there were 4 strongholds guarding the 4 directions of the city, which was well protected on all sides by formidable military strength. The next boundary was a water channel, and all around the city. And in addition to the whole city was surrounded by electric lines. The next fortification was of anila, a gaseous substance, and after this there was a network of barbed wire constructed by a demon of the name Mura. The city appeared well protected even in terms of today's scientific advancement. When Krishna arrived, he broke all the strongholds to pieces by the strokes of his club, and scattered the military strength here and there by the constant onslaught of his arrows. With his celebrated Sudarshan chakra, he counteracted the electric boundary, annihilated the canals of water and the gaseous boundary, and cut to pieces the electric network fabricated by the demon Mura. By the vibration of his conch shell, he broke the hearts of the great fighters, and also broke the fighting machines that were there. Similarly, he broke the walls around the city with his invincible club.
The vibration of Lord Krishna's conch shell sounded like a thunderbolt at the time of the dissolution of the whole cosmic manifestation. The demon Mura heard the vibration of the conch shell, awakened from his sleep, and came out to see what had happened. He had 5 heads and had long been living within the water. The Mura demon was as brilliant as the sun at the time of the dissolution of the cosmos, and his temper was like blazing fire. The effulgence of his body was so dazzling that he was difficult to see with open eyes. When he came out, he first took out his trident and rushed the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The demon Mura in his onslaught was like a big snake attacking Garuda. His angry mood was very severe, and he appeared ready to devour the 3 worlds. First of all, he attacked the carrier of Krishna, Garuda, by whirling and then throwing his trident. And through his 5 mouths he vibrated sounds like the roaring of a lion. These roaring vibrations spread all over the atmosphere until they extended all over the world and into outer space, up and down and out to the 10 directions, rumbling through the entire universe. Lord Krishna saw that the trident of the Mura demon was rushing toward his carrier Garuda. Immediately, by a trick of his hand, he took 2 arrows and threw them toward the trident, cutting it to pieces. Simultaneously using many arrows, he pierced the mouths of the demon Mura. When the Mura demon saw himself outmaneuvered by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he immediately began to strike the Lord in great anger with his club. But Lord Krishna with his own club broke the club of Mura to pieces before it could reach him. The demon, bereft of his weapon, decided to attack Krishna with his strong arms, but Krishna, with the aid of his Sudarshan chakra, immediately separated the demon's 5 heads from his body. The demon then fell into the water, just as the peak of a mountain falls into the ocean after being struck by the thunderbolt of Indra. 526. This is the next page.
This demon Mura has 7 sons, named Tanra, Antarisha, Shavana, Vasu, Navasvan, and Arjuna. All of them became puffed up and vengeful because of the death of their father, and to relate, they prepared in a great anger to fight with Krishna. They equipped themselves with the necessary weapon and situated Peter, another demon, to act as commander in the battle. By the order of Baumasura, all them convenient attacked Krishna. When they came before Lord Krishna, they began to shower him with many kinds of weapons, like sword, clubs, lance, arrow, and trident. But they did not know that the strength of the Supreme Personality of God is unlimited and invincible. Krishna, with his arrows, cut all the weapons of the men of Bhamasura into pieces like grains. Krishna then threw his weapon, and Bhamasura's commander-in-chief Pita, along with his assistants, fell down, their military dress cut off, and their head, legs, arms, and feet severed. All them were sent to the superintendent of the Bhamasura, who was also known as Narakasura, happened to be the son of the high personality. When he saw that all his soldiers, commanders, and fighters had been killed on the battlefield by the stroke of the weapon of the personality of God, he became exceedingly angry at the Lord. He then came out of the city with a great number of elephants who had all been born and brought up on the seashore. All of them were highly intoxicated. When they came out, they saw that Lord Krishna and his wife were beautifully situated high in outer space, just like a black sheep about the sun, glittering with the light of electricity. The demon Bhamasura immediately released a weapon called Satani, by which he could kill hundreds of warriors with one stroke, and all his assistants simultaneously threw the respective weapon of the Supreme Personality of God. Lord Krishna countered all this weapon by releasing his feathered arrow. The result of this fight was that all the soldiers and commanders of Bhamasura fell to the ground, their arms, legs, and heads separated from their thumb, and all the horse and elephant also fell with them. In this way, all the weapons released by Bhamasura were cut to pieces by the Lord's arrow. The Lord was fighting on the back of Garuda, who was helping him by striking the horse and elephant with his wing and scratching their head with his knife and sharp beak. The elephants, feeling much pain from Garuda's attack on them, all dispersed from the battlefield. Bhamasura alone remained on the battlefield, and he engaged himself in fighting with Krishna. He saw that Krishna's carrier Garuda had caused great disturbance to his soldiers and elephant, and in great anger he struck Garuda with all his strength, which defeated the strength of a thunderbolt. Fortunately, Garuda was not an ordinary bird, and he felt the stroke given by Bhamasura just as a great elephant feels the impact of a garden of flowers.
Bhamasura thus came to see that none of his tricks would act upon Krishna, and he became aware that all his attempts to kill Krishna would be frustrated. Yet he tried for the last time, taking a trident on his hand to strike him. Krishna was so dexterous that before Bhamasura could throw his trident, his head was cut off by the sharp Sudarshana chakra. His head, illuminated by earrings and a helmet, fell down on the battlefield. On the occasion of Bhamasura's being killed by Lord Krishna, all the demon's relatives screamed in disappointment, and the saintly persons glorified the chivalrous activities of the Lord. Taking this opportunity, the denizens of the heavenly planets showered flowers on the Lord. At this time, the earth personified appeared before Lord Krishna and greeted him with a Vaijayanti flower garland. She then returned the dazzling earrings of Aditi, bedecked with jewels and gold. She also returned the umbrella of Varuna along with a valuable jewel, which she presented to Krishna. After this, the earth personified offered her prayers to Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead and Master of the world, who is always worshipped by exalted demigods. She fell down in obeisances and in great devotional ecstasy began to speak. Let me offer my respectful obeisances unto the Lord, who is always present with 4 symbols, namely his conch shell, disc, lotus, and club, and who is the Lord of all demigods. Please accept my respectful obeisances unto you. My dear Lord, you are the Super Soul, and in order to satisfy the aspirations of your devotees, you descend on the earth in your various transcendental incarnations, which are just appropriate to the devotee's worshipful desire. Kindly accept my respectful obeisances.
My dear Lord, the lotus flower grows out of your navel, and you are always decorated with the garland of lotus flowers. Your eyes are always spread like the petals of the lotus flower, and therefore they are all pleasing to the eyes of others. Your soft and delicate lotus feet are always worshipped by your unalloyed devotees, and those lotus feet pacify their lotus-like hearts. I therefore repeatedly offer my respectful obeisances unto you. You possess all beauty, strength, fame, property, knowledge, and renunciation. You are the shelter of all 6 opulences. Although you are all-pervading, if appeared as the son of Vasudeva, please therefore accept my respectful obeisances. You are the original Supreme Personality of Godhead and the supreme cause of all causes. Only your Lordship is the reservoir of all knowledge. Let me offer my respectful obeisances unto you. Personally, you are unborn still. You are the father of the whole cosmic manifestation. You are the reservoir and shelter of all kinds of energies. The manifested appearance of this world is caused by you. And you are both the cause and effect of this cosmic manifestation. Please therefore accept my respectful obeisances. My dear Lord, as for the 3 gods, Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva, they are not independent of you. When there is a necessity of creating this cosmic manifestation, you create your passionate appearance of Brahma. When you want to maintain this cosmic manifestation, you expand yourself as Lord Vishnu, the reservoir of all goodness. Similarly, you appear as Lord Shiva, master of the mode of ignorance, and thus dissolve the whole creation. You always maintain your transcendental position, in spite of creating these 3 modes of material nature. You are never entangled in these modes of nature as the ordinary living entities are.
Actually, my Lord, you are the material nature. You are the Father of the universe, and you are eternal time, which has caused the combination of the elements of nature and the manifestation of the material creation. Still, you are always transcendental to all these material activities. My dear Lord, O Supreme Personality of Godhead, I know that earth, water, fire, air, sky, and 5 sense objects, mind, the senses and their desires, egotism, and the total material energy, all things animate and inanimate in this phenomenal world, rest upon you. Since everything is produced of you, nothing can be separate from you. Yet since you are transcendentally situated, nothing material can be identified with your personality. Everything is therefore simultaneously one with and different from you, and the philosophers who try to separate everything from you are certainly mistaken in their viewpoint. My dear Lord, may I inform you that this boy, whose name is Bhagadatta, is the son of my son, Bhaumasura. He has been very much affected by the ghastly situation created by the death of his father, and has become very much confused and afraid. I have therefore brought him to surrender unto your lotus feet. I request your lordship to give shelter to this boy, and bless him with your lotus feet. I bring him to you so that he may be relieved of the reaction of all the sinful activities of his father. When Lord Krishna heard the prayers of Mother Earth, he immediately assured her of immunity from all fearful situations. He said to Bhagadatta, "Don't be afraid." Then he entered the palace of Bhaumasura, which was equipped with all kinds of opulences. In the palace of Bhaumasura, Lord Krishna saw 16,100 young princesses who had been kidnapped and held captive there. When the princesses saw the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, enter the palace, they immediately became captivated by the beauty of the Lord and prayed for his causeless mercy. Within their minds, they decided to accept Lord Krishna as their husband without hesitation. Each one of them prayed to Providence that Krishna might become her husband. Sincerely and seriously, they offered their hearts to the lotus feet of Krishna with an unalloyed devotional attitude. As the supersoul in everyone's heart, Krishna could understand their uncontaminated desire, and he agreed to accept them as his wives. Thus he arranged for suitable garments and ornaments for them, and each of them, seated on a palanquin, was dispatched to Dwarka city. Krishna also collected unlimited wealth from the palace, a treasure of chariots, horses, jewels, and so on. He took from the palace 50 white elephants, each with 4 tusks, and all of them were dispatched to Dwarka.
After this incident, Lord Krishna and Satyabhama entered Amaravati, the capital city of the heavenly planets, and they immediately entered the palace of King Indra and his wife, Sachidevi, who welcomed them. Krishna then sent Indra with the heading of Aditi. When Krishna and Satyabhama were returning from the capital city of Indra, Satyabhama remembered Krishna's promise to give her a parijata tree. Taking the opportunity of having come to the heavenly kingdom, she uprooted a parijata tree and placed it on the back of Garuda. Once Narada had taken a parijata flower and presented it to Krishna's senior wife, Sri Rumini Devi. On account of this, Satyabhama had developed an inferiority complex. She also wanted such a flower from Krishna. Krishna could understand the competitive womanly nature of his cow-gift wife, and he had smiled. He had immediately asked Satyabhama, "Why are you asking for only one flower? I would like to give you a whole tree of parijata flowers." Actually, Krishna had purposely taken his wife Satyabhama with him so that she could collect the parijata with her own hand. But the nations of the heavenly planet, including Indra, were very irritated. Without their permission, Satyabhama had uprooted a parijata tree, which is not to be found on the head planet. Indra, along with other demigods, offered opposition to Krishna and Satyabhama for taking away the tree, but in order to please his favorite wife, Satyabhama, Krishna became determined and adamant. So there was a fight between the demigod and Krishna. As usual, Krishna came out victorious and he triumphantly rode the parijata tree chosen by his wife to his head planet, to Dwarka. After this, the tree was installed in the palace garden of Satyabhama. On account of this extraordinary tree, the garden house of Satyabhama became extraordinarily beautiful. As the parijata tree came down to the heavenly planet, the fragrance of each of these flowers also came down, and the celestial drones migrated to this hell in search of their fragrance and honey. King Indra's behavior toward Krishna was not very much appreciated by great sages like Sukadeva Goswami. Out of his merciless mercy, Krishna had gone to the heavenly kingdom Amaravati to present King Indra with his mother's Helens, which had been lost to Bhamasura, and Indra has been very glad to receive them. But when a parijata tree from the heavenly kingdoms was taken by Krishna, Indra had fought with him. This was self-interest on the part of Indra. He had offered his prayer, tapping down his head to the lotus feet of Krishna. But as soon as his purpose had been severed, he became a different creature. That is the way of the leaders of materialism. Materialistic men are always interested in their own profit. For this purpose, they can offer any kind of respect to anyone, but when their personal interest is over, they are no longer friends. This selfish nature is found not only among the richest class of men of this planet, but even in personalities like Indra and other demigods. Too much wealth makes a man selfish. A selfish man is not prepared to take to Krishna conscience and is condemned by Greek devotees like Sukadeva Goswami in other world position of too many worldly riches is a disqualification for advancement in Krishna consciousness.
After defeating Indra, King Krishna arranged to marry the 16,100 girls brought from the custody of Bhamasura. By expanding himself into 16,100 forms, he simultaneously married them all in different palaces at the same auspicious moment. He thus established the truth that Krishna and no one else is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. There is nothing impossible for Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He is all-powerful, omnipresent, and imperishable, and so there is nothing wonderful in this pastime. All the palaces of the more than 16,000 queens of Krishna were filled with suitable gardens, furniture, and other paraphernalia to which there is no parallel in this world. There is no exaggeration in this story from Srimad Bhagavatam. The queens of Krishna were all expansions of the goddess of fortune, Lakshmiji. Krishna lived with them in different palaces, and he treated them exactly the same way an ordinary man treats his wife. We should always remember that the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, was playing exactly like a human being. Although he showed his extraordinary opulences by simultaneously marrying more than 16,000 wives in more than 16,000 palaces, he behaved with them just like an ordinary man, and he strictly followed the relationship between husband and wife required in ordinary homes. Therefore, it is very difficult to understand the characteristics of the Supreme Brahman, the personality of Godhead. Even demigods like Brahma are unable to probe into the transcendental pastimes of the Lord. The wives of Krishna were so fortunate that they got the Supreme Personality of Godhead as their husband, although their husband's personality was unknown even to Brahma and the other demigods. In their dealings as husband and wife, Krishna and his queens would smile, talk, joke, embrace, and so on, and their conjugal relationship ever increasingly developed. In this way, Krishna and the queens enjoyed transcendental happiness in their household life. Although each and every queen had thousands of maidservants engaged for her service, the queens were all personally attentive to serving Krishna. Each one of them used to receive Krishna personally when he entered the palace. They engaged in seating him on a nice couch, worshipping him with all kinds of paraphernalia, washing his lotus feet with Ganges water, offering him betel nuts and massaging his legs. In this way they gave him relief from the fatigue he felt after being away from home. They fanned him nicely, offered him fragrant essential floral oil, decorated him with flower garlands, dressed his hair, asked him to lie down to take rest, bathed him personally, and fed him palatable dishes. Each queen did all these things herself and did not wait for the maidservants. In other words, Krishna and his different queens displayed on this earth an ideal household life. Thus end the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 59th chapter of Krishna, entitled The Deliverance of the Demon Palmasra.
Chapter 60. Talks between Krishna and Rukmini. So once upon a time, Lord Krishna, Supreme Personality of Godhead. It's okay? Okay, sorry about what you say. The bestower of all knowledge upon all living entities, from Brahma to the insignificant ant, was sitting in the bedroom of Rukmini, who was engaged in the service of the Lord, along with her assistant maidservants. Krishna was sitting on the bedstead of Rukmini, and the maidservants were fanning him with chabanas, ducktail fly whisks. Lord Krishna's dealings with Rukmini as a perfect husband are a perfect manifestation of the supreme perfection of the personality of Godhead. There are many philosophers who propound the concept of the absolute truth, in which God cannot do this or that. They deny the incarnation of God, or the supreme absolute truth in human form. But actually, the fact is different. God cannot be subject to our imperfect sensual activities. He is the all-powerful, omnipresent personality of Godhead, and by supreme will, he cannot only create, maintain, and annihilate the whole cosmic manifestation, but also descend as an ordinary human being to execute the highest mission. As stated in the Bhagavad Gita, whenever there is a discrepancy in the discharge of human occupational duties, he descends. He is not forced to appear by any external agency, but he descends by his own internal potency in order to re-establish the standard functions of human activities and simultaneously annihilate the disturbing elements in the progressive march of human civilization. In accordance with his principles of the transcendental pastimes of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he descends in his eternal form as Sri Krishna in the dynasty of the Yadus. And the palace of Rukmini was wonderfully furnished. Hanging from the ceilings were many canopies with laces bedecked with pearl garments, and the whole palace was illuminated by effulgence of many valuable jewels. There were also many flower groves of Malika and Chameli, which are considered the most fragrant flowers in India. There were many clusters of these plants, with blooming flowers enhancing the beauty of the palace. And because of the exquisite fragrance of the flowers, little groups of humming bees gathered around the trees, and at night the pleasing moonshine glittered through the network of holes in the windows. There were many heavily flowered trees of parijata, and the mild wind stirred the fragrance of the flowers all around. Incense burned within the walls of the palace, and the fragrant smoke leaked out of the window shutters. Within the room were mattresses covered with white bed sheets, and the bedding was as soft, as white as milk foam. In this situation, Lord Krishna sat very comfortably and enjoyed the service of Rukmini, who was assisted by her maidservants.
Rukmini was very eager to get the opportunity to serve her husband, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. She therefore wanted to serve the Lord personally and took the handle of the chamara from the hand of a maidservant and began to move the fan. The handle of the chamara was made of gold and bedecked with valuable jewels, and it became more beautiful when taken by Rukmini because of all her fingers were beautifully set with jeweled rings. Her legs were decorated with jeweled ankle bells, which rang very softly between the pleats of her sari. Rukmini's raised breasts were smeared with kumkum and saffron. Thus her beauty was enhanced by the reflection of the reddish colour emanating from her covered breasts. Her high hips were decorated with a jewelled lace girdle, and the locket of great effulgence hung on her neck. Above all, because she was engaged in the service of Lord Krishna, although at that time she was old enough to have grown-up sons, her beautiful body was beyond compare in the three worlds. When we take account of her beautiful face, it appears that the curling hair on her head, the beautiful earrings on her ears, Her smiling mouth and her necklace of gold all combined to shower rains of nectar. And thus it was definitely proved that Rukmini was none other than the original goddess of fortune, who is always engaged in the service of the lotus feet of Narayan. The pastimes of Krishna and Rukmini and Dwarka are accepted by great authorities as manifestations of those of Narayan and Lakshmi, which are of an exalted opulence. The pastimes of Radha and Krishna in Vrindavan are simple and rural, distinguished from the polished urban characteristics of those in Dwarka. The characteristics of Rukmini were unusually bright, and Krishna was very much very much satisfied with her behavior.
Well, Krishna had experienced that when the meaning was offered, the Katya Lord, when Narayana Satyabhama had become envious of her co-wife and had immediately demanded a similar flower from Krishna. In fact, she could not be pacified until she was promised the whole tree, and Krishna actually fulfilling his promise. He brought the tree down to the first planet from the heavenly kingdom. After this episode, Krishna expected that because Satyabhama had been rewarded with a full tree of Parijata, Rukmini would also demand something. Rukmini did not mention anything of the incident. However, for she was great and simply satisfied in her service, Krishna wanted to see her a bit irritated, and therefore he is summoned to see the beautiful face of Rukmini in an irritated condition. Also, Krishna had more than 60,100 wives. He used to be had with each of them with familiar affection. He would create a particular situation between himself and his wife, in which the wife could criticize him in the irritation of love, and Krishna would enjoy this in this case because Krishna could not find any fault with Rukmini, for she was very great and always engaged in his service. He immediately, in great love, began to speak to her just to provoke her loving anger. Rukmini was the daughter of Maka, a powerful king. Thus, Krishna did not address her as Rukmini. He addressed her this time as the princess. My dear princess, it is very surprising. Many great personalities in the royal order wanted to marry you. In fact, not all of them were kings or possessed the opulence and riches of the kingly order. They were well behaved, learned, famous, among kings, beautiful in their bodily feature and personal qualification, liberal, very powerful in strength and advanced in every respect. They were not unfit in any way, about that your father and your brother had no obsession to such a marriage. On the contrary, they gave their word of honor that you would be married with Shishupala. Indeed, the marriage was sanctioned by both your parents. Shishupala was a king and was not lusty and mad after your beauty that if he had married you, I think he would always have remained with you.
Very good, thank you. So we'll finish there for today. Thank you all for coming. Thank you for reading so nicely. Srila Prabhupada ki Jai.
Sorry? Is someone doing something, or this is just their falling? But both of them randomly at the same time.
I was actually just thinking this evening to repair it, because it's probably just a magnet.
Oh. It's just like nonsense.
Don't you want to take your coat off? It's warm in here. I didn't notice.
You're opening that?
Well, it's just comes to the
There's two screens. She said, I'm like, who are you looking at?
You should.
Don't jump.
The size may be more in the center.
Not sure.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Hey. Get some tape from the restaurant. Tomorrow.
ॐ ज्ञानतिमिरन्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुर्मिलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरुवे नमः। नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्त स्वामिनिति नामिने। नमस्ते सरस्वती देवी गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्यदेशतारिणे हे कृष्ण करुणा सिंधु दीनबंधु जगत्पते गोपेश गोपिका कांत राधा कांत स्तुते। तप्त कांचन गौरांगी राधे वृंदावनेश्वरी वृषभानुसुते देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिये। जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौर भक्तवृंद। हरे नाम हरे नामैव केवलम् कलो नास्तेव नास्तेव गतिरन्यथा। मधुरं मधुरेभ्योऽपि मङ्गलेभ्योऽपि मङ्गलम् पावनं पावनेभ्योऽपि हरेर्नामैव केवलम् वञ्चाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपासिन्धुभ्यैव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Jana Vallabha Giri Varadhari Gopi Jana Vallabha Giri Varadhari Gopi Jana Vallabha Giri Varadhari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Gopi Jana Vallabha Giri Varadhari Gopi Jana Vallabha Giri Varadhari Jashodanandana Prajajana Ranjana Prashodanandana Prajajana Ranjana Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, bolo 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 bolo, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Gopinath, Radha Gopinath Radhe. Jaya Radha Gopinath, Radha Gopinath Radhe. Jaya Jagannath, Jagannath, Bala Baladev Jaya Subhadra Jaya Gauranitai 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 Jaya Gauranitai Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Nitai Gaur Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Gaur Hari Bol Nitai Gaur Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaur Hari Bol Nitai Gaur Premanande Pranam Sankirtan Yajna ki jai Hare Krishna Mahamantra ki jai Shri Shri Radha Gopinath ki Jagannath Baladev Subhadra Mai ki jai Gaur Nitai ki jai Srila Prabhupada ki jai Tai Gaur Premanande Good boy.
Is another turn off. Really nice. Didn't mind making professional. Are you in masters now? It's got rows. You find serendipity in no way that's hard in here.
Oh, did she? Did he?
Yeah, he was like, because remember you said he was like, well, he's trying to, like, your kid started out with 7, and like, he's like, I still have a hard time with 7.
Oh,
And then he started
so much. That one, I still can't remember.
recording that conversation.
Kids are like flying in that thing. Yeah, depends on how much you have. Just like all sure.
Is it a cheap price?
Yeah.
It's good. What's it? Oh,
It's the same regard.
Yeah. Gorilla.
But
Is this racket and all that stuff?
it's not quite. Yeah, very close now. I tried to push it.
My legs are to go.
Where are you headed to?
Zero.
You're here for a while. Until I finish. Until I finish.
It's just gallons of water, just giving you to the Needs to go back to lab.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
Some of that. Sure.
You know, I'm rusty. You're gonna bring it
Yeah.
forward.
You gotta run it back. I'll just here.
Nice. Face, like head, nose, and mouth, all just like face planted into the marble.
But it's not, I think. But now I think they use it for all the best, man. Thanks, man. Take care. Yeah, you too. See you in March.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, see you soon. Yes.
Right.